Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Board of Trustees regular meeting for August 26, 2026, meeting number 1, called to order at 9:30. Could I please have you stand for the national anthem?
Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. We wish to acknowledge that the land in which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8, the Assiniboine-Winniwak Nation, and Mountain Métis in the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and for where they may be joining in today's meeting located here in Edson.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It is a pleasure to see you all. Pardon me. It is a pleasure to see you all for our first public board meeting of the 2026-2027 school year. On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees, I want to extend a warm welcome back to all of our students, families, and staff as we prepare for the start of classes on September 8th. Our school offices are open and we are excited to welcome both new and returning GYPSD students. Our division staff, especially our operations and facilities and transportation teams, have worked tirelessly throughout the summer to ensure our buildings are bright and welcoming, our bus routes are set, and our learning environments are ready for the year ahead. I want to thank them for the work that they have done to prepare for another successful school year. As we look ahead to the new school year, our board remains focused on moving our strategic priorities forward, supporting high levels of student achievement and fostering safe, inclusive learning environments across all of our communities. Every school and every community within GYPSD is unique, but we share a common commitment, ensuring that every student has the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. As a board, we look forward to working alongside our staff, families, students, and communities throughout the coming year. There will undoubtedly be challenges and opportunities ahead, but I am confident that we can accomplish when we work together, listen to one another, and keep students at the center of the decisions we make. I also look forward to connecting with our stakeholders throughout the year through future community engagements and opportunities to listen, learn, and hear directly from the people who make up our GYPSD communities. These conversations are an important part of ensuring that the work of the board reflects the needs, perspectives, and aspirations of our students, families, staff, and communities. I am genuinely excited about the year ahead and the work we will do together to support our students and strengthen our school and communities. Thank you all for being here today. Let's get started. Are there any additions or changes to today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll have unanimous consent. I also need, the approval of the agenda will be done through an unanimous consent. Minutes of our organizational meeting of June 17th, 2026. Were there any corrections that needed to be done? Seeing none, we'll have unanimous consent accepting the minutes. Minutes of the regular board meeting of June 17th, 2026. Are there any corrections? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. When we look at further business I'm looking at page 13, we've now changed that our public board meetings now start at 9:30. If that could be changed to reflect that. Thank you.
With the correction, is there any other? Trustee Robinson?
Yes, Chair Bob, like just on page 10, I just wonder about the protocol. I just noticed this when reading it after months of delay. Obviously, you're not going to get into much detail when there's a delegation or a presentation, but I wonder if it'd be legitimate to include the topic in the minutes. So if one's referring back to past minutes, we know that this lady made a presentation, and I think it was about report cards, if I'm not mistaken, but that wouldn't be, contravening any privacy or any issue of that sort. So it's just an observation, and maybe that's just not done. I don't know.
I think that the suggestions is just fine. We can make sure that that has a bit more detail that it is in there just to do the overall topic. That doesn't break anything. It actually is, it's actually helpful for, anybody who goes back and reads through the minutes, especially more than 1 or 2 months away when it becomes more difficult to remember the topics. So we can make that adjustment for sure. And we can make that adjustment as we go into the future as well.
So with those suggestions and changes, I'll call for a motion to accept the minutes. Trustee Bird, all in favor? And that is carried. Well, we have no delegation today. No spotlight on students. So we will start with the board chair report. I received a letter from the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, and Nature. It's addressed to Mr. Dane Lloyd, MP for Parkland, Mr. William Stevenson, MP for Yellowhead. And it reads, Dear Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Stevenson, thank you for your correspondence of June 23rd, 2026 regarding the insurance deductible associated with the remediation of Ecole Jasper Elementary School and Jasper Junior Senior High School following the 2024 wildfires in Jasper National Park. The 2024 Jasper wildfire has a profound impact on the Jasper community, and I recognize the challenges faced in restoring essential services and community infrastructure. I appreciate the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division's commitment to supporting students and families and to ensuring continued access to quality and safe learning opportunities in the aftermath of the wildfire. I understand the financial pressures associated with recovery efforts. However, responsibility for the administration, governance, and funding of Alberta's public school boards rests with the province of Alberta. In light of the concerns you have raised, Parks Canada has shared this matter with the province of Alberta through the Jasper Alberta Canada Intergovernmental Redevelopment Committee for their awareness and consideration. The Government of Canada is committed to working collaboratively with the Province of Alberta, the Municipality of Jasper, Indigenous partners, and the broader Jasper community to advance recovery efforts within our respective roles and responsibilities. And she just goes on to say we could contact Parks Canada Director, and that is signed by the Honorable Julie, I'm going to butcher her name, my apologies, DeBruschen. Okay. So that was in response to a letter that we also sent. I'll allow Trustee Robinson to speak of a meeting that him and I also attended. But that is all that I have for correspondence. And now we'll go on to the trustee reflections.
Okay, well, that's a segue. Yeah, so on the 14th of July, we did have a virtual meeting with Michelle Evans, who is the individual. She's I can't remember her title exactly, but she's with the federal government. Was aware of the deductible issue through conversations in Jasper, and I ran into her at a social event where we actually discussed it, and she expressed an interest in following up on our behalf. And she did so. And these multiple letters went out, actually began in the last board with board chair Karpluk writing letters. And they weren't answered. I think 3 letters went out in all. And then we had this interaction with Ms. Evans. And eventually there was a follow-up. So the meeting did occur on the 14th of July. And the short story is, no, thank you very much for, following this path, but we're not in a position to give you $500,000 to cover your deductible. And she was very pleasant, very polite, and expressed some regret about having to be the person bearing bad news, but that was part of her job. And anyway, that's the short story. So that story is now over.
Michelle Evans is the Assistant Deputy Minister, Alberta Region, Economic Development, Canada. Just
seeing as we're on reflections, the other thing I was going to mention, unless you want to jump in on that topic.
No, you jump in, Herb.
Oh, just one thing I'd noticed, because we have this agenda item now, and I find it sometimes a challenge to come up with a reflection, etc. But it did occur to me when I was reading the trustee package, because I've commented in earlier discussions about trying to find our role. There's many of us that are new on the board, and welcome to our new employees, by the way. We could say that as well. So we're all kind of on a learning curve, and one wonders what power or what influence a trustee actually has. And we went through a kind of an interesting experience in our first go as a board, with a decision to keep a small rural school open. And that was fairly problematic in many respects because of the emotional nature of the decision, et cetera, et cetera. But what I wanted to say was it was really gratifying to see in the package how the governance decision has been reflected in the AP that kind of informs the agricultural program that we're now experiencing, the small school attempting to adopt and develop to allow it to become more sustainable. So I really feel good about that. And that's my reflection.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. Trustee Bird?
Thanks, Trustee Robinson. I also feel pretty positive this year. I'm going to start with something that I wasn't going to start with, but our Dolly passed away yesterday. And she single-handedly did more for poverty, literacy, gay, animal, and human rights than all of the wealthiest people in the world. She truly knew the meaning of public good and public education. This summer, Herb, Jackie, Shirley, and I attended PSBAA Council event on August 6th to the 8th. A big thank you to Edmonton Public Schools for hosting it this year. Different school boards showcase innovations and successes taking place in their communities. It was incredible. I think we've gone to lots of good workshops, but this by far was the icing on the cake, or the beads on the moccasins. On Thursday, August 6th, some members took part in a guided river walk with University of Alberta professor Dr. Dwayne Donald, while others attended a Métis art workshop with knowledge keeper Connie Culhavy. The rest of the day, we visited an old school museum downtown. The next day, we visited Vic School, and then we went to Amiskawassi Academy for an important presentation from the Alert Northern Alberta Internet Child Exploitation Unit. Finally, we had a wonderful presentation on mental wellness from Carrie Murray, Executive Director at Ever After Schools, and we're going to pursue that as a school board. We were very thrilled with that. And I just was thinking a little bit more of like the 7 grandfather teachings. And we take them all and we are learning about them, but we really need to go back and apply them, as Dr. Dwayne Donald said, to the way our world is evolving architecturally with the most wonderful innovations. Alberta's first and only Métis Cultural Interpretive Center at Métis Crossing has been designed by Indigenous people. Just lately at the U of A, there is a house that's been built. There are so many Indigenous architects that this applies to higher learning and genius architecture in the world. The 7 grandfather teachings are wisdom, love, respect, bravery, honesty, humility, and truth. And when we apply all those to architecture and math and science and higher level learning, we go to places where we need to. And I'm going to finish with this because I started with this at my last one. T.S. Eliot, American writer and poet, said, "We shall not cease from exploration. And in the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." Dolly did this for us. She made the world a better place. And our Indigenous learning is super important that way too. And I hope that they can forgive and we can grow together. So I had a wonderful summer, and that was the most amazing workshop. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bird. Trustee Mines?
Sorry, I was going to speak about a lot about what Trustee Bird had talked about at our public school conference, but I wanted to talk about specifically about the presentation from Northern Alberta Internet Child Exploitation Unit. I think it's good for our staff to know that they are developing items that you can use with your students in the class. They're working on that right now. It was a very disturbing presentation regarding child exploitation, sexting, extortion, all that online, and the numbers are going way up. It was a very dark presentation, but a good one. And I think the biggest takeaway is the big gruff scary or see him because he was very gruff, but he was a teddy bear, but a big gruff teddy bear. Said we need to talk to our children. We talk to them about going drinking and party, getting a ride home, all of these things, but this is something we might even talk to them about protection for. It's a public board meeting, but anyhow, we don't talk about their online activities, and they are embarrassed when they don't come to talk. They can't come to talk to us. It's something they know way more about the internet than most of us will ever know. And so the biggest thing that you can tell your children, for all the parents listening and for our parents in our room, is that no matter what happens, you can come talk to me. I will listen. I will not yell. I will not lose my mind. I am here to help no matter what happens to you in life. So I think that was it really touched me because, you know, you do see that kids are just scared and they get deeper and deeper in the hole. And they've talked about how kids get in this situation and sometimes awful things happen because of it. So that was my takeaway.
Thank you, Trustee Mines. Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. I'm just going to about what I'm seeing in our schools, and it's about the curb appeal of our schools that we're currently seeing. Is there's a lot of work that's been happening that happens over the summer at our schools, and you know, the painting of the outside and the painting inside. And I'm just very grateful for the facility staff that we do have, and I believe the contractors too, about getting that to showcase that, you know what, our schools are nice from the outside and they're nice from the from the inside. So that would be what I reflect for. And if I may say, and I'm going to bring it up for one of the schools in Hinton, Crescent Valley School, I just like to comment is that job of the painting of the outside, it made it so much more brighter and need to be commended on a job well done. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Trustee Acorn, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm really looking forward to starting the new year. I know it's always exciting for teachers to get back into their classrooms and get ready for a new bunch of students. And it's always a really positive, exciting time for the kids and the students and the parents. So I'm really looking forward to that, and looking forward to getting in and being there for the start of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Acorn. I did not attend anything. I had a nice break this summer, so I'm looking forward to getting back and being in the schools, welcoming staff back next week, and then students back the following week. So we'll move on to trustee committee reports, committee of the whole.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this item forward that we can discuss about what committee of the whole, we discuss. And we've got in here, and I'm going to, this time I'll say about the trustee learning and cohesion. And it says, this provides a space for trustee professional development, relationship building, and more collaborative problem solving, which can support stronger governance overall. We also have for strategic planning, and that's where trustees use the committee of the whole to work through policy issues, strategic planning, and budget matters. And generative discussions, this allows trustees to ask questions, explore options, and develop shared understanding without the constraints of a formal agenda or procedural rules. So what happens, the committee of the whole is held the day before our public board meeting, and where we would have more in-depth discussions. And if you need reports to be brought forward, and that's where they would be brought forward, would be at this committee of the whole. And that's why that we hear that always about the committee of the whole, but I'm very grateful that we're able to explain to our public what the committee of the whole is about and what we do, what it's used for, to discuss and what we discuss. So thank you again.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Policy Committee.
Okay, thank you. As you are aware, we also have a policy committee meeting, and that is usually held the Tuesday before our regular board meeting. And that's where we as a board, we have policies that we look at. And currently right now, it's going to be further on in the agenda, but there's going to be quite a few changes to our policies with the action from Bill 25 that we will be looking about the changes that will be happening to the policy. And there will be changes that we as a board too will be having to come and have discussions about too, and that will be put forward onto the committee of the whole. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Strategic planning is Trustee Bowman, but she's not here, so I'll just speak to that. Our strategic planning committee is responsible for the superintendent and board self-evaluation. And that has basically been their focus for the last couple of months. And they will be finishing that up here at the end of September. We'll move on to superintendent reports.
Thank you, Chair. So I have my report, but it's in the report as well, but we have a few new staff members that are actually in our room. So over on the side with our directors is Roy Amalou. Roy is our new director of finance, who started in just the first week of August this year. So welcome to Roy. Seated to my left is our new assistant superintendent learning services, who also started in early August, Ryan Magoon. So Ryan is joining us here as well. And then on my right is Susan Penner. Susan is our new secretary treasurer and has not only started, but moved family, maybe in a trailer for now, as you're doing all the things and getting our work all organized. So welcome to Susan as well. So we have quite an exciting new team here in central office.
And on behalf of the board, welcome to each and every one of you, and we look forward to working with you. You may continue.
Thank you. So I have a couple of pages of my report. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we have going on. Yesterday during Committee of the Whole, we listened to our director of maintenance and we basically facilities, sorry. and talked about all the work that's happened this summer. And it'll come up a little bit later on in our report, but he's unable to be here as he's meeting with contractors. Just talked about the extensive work that happens in our school division, throughout the whole division, from painting inside and out to roofing, new paving that's going on, lines, listening to the superintendent youth council and doing changes at both Parkland and Pine Grove, Knighton cleaning up and doing work there, and then the extensive work in the East End. So emptying Wildwood School, emptying Evansview School, transferring all the boxes and all the furniture over into Grand Trunk, working with Heidi Zadary, who is our Grand Trunk K-12 school principal. The work was extensive over the summer. So the first part is just really the changes as we close out Evansview and Wildwood and welcome students into K-12, JK-12 eventually. School. We're really excited about the new updates. We will have a grand opening on October 2nd. And so it is exciting to see all the students that will be coming into Grand Trunk this year. We've done a bit of our staffing updates. We did 2 other staff updates as well. At the end of June, we hired Alan Stoyles to be the principal of Fulham School for this year. And over the summer, we also hired Adam Fragamini to be the principal of Harry College High School. So we've had, again, 2 busy June and Julys as we have done our hiring over this last bit, but some really key roles filled, and we're looking forward to what the year looks like. One of the things I wanted to talk about for myself and for the division is we're really going to work on an idea of assessment and reporting this year. There has been much work over the last number of years on outcome-based learning, and so I just want to make sure that people that are listening and our staff know. So across every grade level, our goal is to build upon the work we've already started to establish a unified outcome-based approach to learning. So our grade K-12 practice is in knowing what students know, and we align that with what students need to learn, how we collect that evidence, and how we evaluate that growth. So whether you're using in the K-9 world where you are using outcome-based reporting, or in the 10 to 12 world where there are percentages both through Power Teacher Pro, we are making sure that we have transparent assessment and reporting. And that's going to be our work this year. Work in the school, work at the central office, work through the division. So that is the focus and the growth. And so you'll hear it in the welcome back messages that will come from the board chair and myself, and then the PD work that will go on and will be incorporated tomorrow in the first DLT. So this is our focus for the year. The last little bit is just a bit of my learning as well. I wasn't quite as ambitious as Trustee Bird. I only did 6 modules this summer, but I've done 12 of my 21 now. And so the modules that we do are based on the work of the board, trustee work, and so I did that. And then I went through and did my learning over this last year. So over the last year, I managed to produce 40 credits. Every superintendent in the province has to do work and take coursework, as do our assistant superintendents. And so I produced about 40 credits of work for the 30 I needed to. And that led me into this last summer where we did some governance work as well, and talking about how are we going to do some political advocacy. Leading into this year, I'll do all superintendents have the requirement to do their superintendent leadership quality standard. It's now a university course. Dr. Rowlands finished hers in the spring. I will be doing mine in the winter term this year. So I'll start that in January as part of my work. All superintendents, when you're hired, you have up to 3 years to do do yours. Last year was not the year for me to try and add that in as extra to do. So it'll be this winter. So it gives you a bit of an idea that there's not only do we do professional development work for all teachers, all assistant superintendents, it goes to superintendents as well. So if there's any questions about the report, I'm happy to answer them.
Trustee Robinson?
Just a quick question, Superintendent Scobie. I could infer, but in your chart of the APs, the colors designate what? We got yellow, red, blue, orange.
Oh, yes. And so, you know what we'll do? When we go through, we're going to do all the updates, and we'll have some information that'll come from there, and we'll go through and do that as well. Yep.
Is there any other questions before we move on? Seeing none, continue.
Right. So we'll go through, we'll do the bit of the AP updates that are here. And I think what we'll do is I'll probably just start, we'll go through the actual specific admin procedures that we're going to do from FOIP on down, and then we'll kind of go from there. So the first one is the access to information and protection of privacy. So we'll go to that one.
Just with this chart, did you want to this was the question that Trustee Robinson had, just what the colors mean before we move on to the actual APs that are in the package?
Right. So I think the idea here is just to give you, so the burgundy colors that are there are just to show which ones have been just recently updated. So if you see those ones when they were last updated, there are some ones that are there that show the last updating with no actual new summary of things that are being done now. The blue shows the ones that we've updated over the summer. And then the yellow, I believe, are the ones that are either new or have new portions that are added into it. You can see under artificial intelligence. So new ones that are there, the blue ones that have been updated in August. Bill 25 really provides a lot of wording and structural changes that are mandated for us. They're mandated in the policies and they're mandated in the admin procedures. So we will be updating between now and December 1st any of those. So the ones that are blue, you can see that they have the blue ones, as you can see, have the things like remove FOIP, protection of privacy, that kind of thing. Yeah, and so the blue ones is the ADIA POPA, and the red ones are basically the ones that have not been updated as of yet. There may be changes that are coming up and have not been done. And you can see the red ones are like April 2020 and that kind of thing. So basically standard changes that are written in and done for each of them. And what we did was Katie, who is our doing our ADIA and POPA privacy officer now, did this work over the course of the summer. And so the yellow ones are new, blue ones are the ones that have been changed, red ones are the ones that are probably need to be changed as there becomes more. For the audience and for those that are here, we have regulations that we're expecting that go along with Bill 25. Those are the very specific things that are going to change. And so the regulations have not come out in all aspects as of yet, and for us to then apply them. So as soon as they come out, we'll be adjusting both policies that need to be adjusted based on those regulations and admin procedures. And I anticipate that over the next probably 3 months for sure, probably until December, we'll have changes in policy and admin procedures as we begin to do it, begin to kind of go through each of them. So there is a lengthy set of things, but they're pretty standard in all the changes that were done for the chart.
Trustee Bird?
Just for our general audience, hi, everybody out there in Cyberland. Do you want to go over why they put FOIP into the two ADIA and POPA or whatever it is?
Sure.
Please and thank you, because people have asked me.
Well, I mean, I think that I could have Lyle, our director of technology, do that, but might be an easy way to do it. Both technology, Katie, and others have all been working on this as a part of their work. You'll just need your microphone.
Thanks for that. It's like online. Essentially, the APs were updated to reflect the changes required for ATIA and POPA. So all of the APs that initially referenced FOIP, those changes were made to address the changes in ATIA and POPA. That answer your question?
I think so. I think that this is the new legislation that replaced the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy.
Where FOIP was referenced, we updated to reflect. Right.
And if I may add to that, the law came into being on June 13th. So up to that point, FOIP was still in existence. And after June 13, 2026, we flipped over to ATIA and POPA and really are working very hard across all of our departments, because it really is about protection of privacy and consent being very important. You know, sometimes I'll use an example. We get municipal requests to say, hey, you had a great event at a school. We'd love to put a picture of those kiddos on our website and display. And our answer would need to be no, because we would have to get consent from every single person in that picture. And if one person says no consent, we can't use it. So these laws are about protecting our most vulnerable and marginalized populations, as well as Albertans as a whole. And I think it's a really good move in the direction of what can be shared and who is accessing that information as well. Just because you work for an organization doesn't necessarily entitle you to access someone's information in that organization. And this is a guardrail to make sure that people's personal, confidential information remains confidential.
Thank you so much. Most of us knew that, but there are a lot of people out there that don't. So that was really great. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. So then, so Katie Brooks is our privacy officer, and she's going to speak to admin procedure 180.
Thanks, Superintendent Scobie. So for AP 180, it was just completely redone to go with everything that Director Lee and Assistant Superintendent Rollins have said. With the changes to ATIA and POPA, all school divisions have to have what is called a privacy management plan. And this AP goes along with that change to the regulation.
Is there anything else you wanted to add, just so people know just some of the things that are going to change, or any additions that need to happen, just to give a general update to it?
So one thing that is new is that people can now request a correction to information if they see something that they think is maybe incorrect. And this has to be factual things. It's not things that may be an opinion. So that is one thing that's changed. There's the categorization of our data. Sorry, I blanked on the name. So that's one thing that we're working with technology to do. And we have the PIAs are something, which, sorry, is privacy impact assessment, is something that we have to do for all new applications or contractors that we may use. So anything from outside. Is there anything else, Director Lee, that you may want to add?
Perhaps just to clarify, the classification of data is essentially where I label our data, whether it's private, public. There's 3 different classifications that we'll have for them. That we're working on that. In some ways, we can do that automatically. The platforms that we use, both Google and Microsoft, can do some of that work for us. We've found that it's not entirely accurate all the time, so there's going to be a lot of manual work involved in that process as well.
Perfect. And then are there any other questions or comments?
Trustee Caputo? Oh,
Sorry. Okay, thank you. I noticed in your procedure here, you talk about collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. And you have in here, it states about websites, forms, pamphlets, and posters. How long is that information kept, and where would it be stored? Or is that something that currently that is being happening, especially with the forms? Or is there changes to that about the collection of those forms?
I can respond. So we still have to follow the guidelines like from Canada Revenue Agency and documentation pieces, where certain information is kept for 3 years, some information is kept for 5 years, some information is kept for 7 years. So depending on the category of that information, we are still storing it. We do have the ability to store in a digital vault. So that is a lockdown vault, which Director Lee can certainly speak to if required. There is some data, which is surprising because we live in an age of digitization. Some data still needs to be kept as hard copy because sometimes we require wet signatures or print signatures on items, and we would keep those kind of documents still as hard copy documents, and we have them also in lockdown vaults upstairs. I would like to also comment on the categorization of data, just so that folks can understand a little bit more in plain terms what that means. When we categorize data, it's linked to what would the impact of that data be if it got out. You know, if it was just a enrollment form saying, hey, enroll in one of our schools, we might classify that as sort of like a category A, for example. So if that data got out into the public, would it do any harm? No, not at all. No individual would be impacted by that harm. And we then go through all the other data, thinking about if this information got out into the public, what is the impact to the individual? That's that whole idea of privacy impact assessments. And what we've also done is work with many of our providers right now who have access to our information. For example, Apply to Education is a massive site that we use to recruit, and people would put their job applications into Apply to Education. And when somebody sends you a resume and all of their data, they're sending you copies of transcripts and, you know, all sorts of stuff comes through. And so we had to work very closely with those kind of providers to ensure that they provided us with privacy impact assessments, which state very clearly what their security protocols are and how they ensure that our data doesn't get out there. The same is true for Power School or any of those other pieces that house significant confidential data, and making sure that we lock it down and we categorize it appropriately. So if that gives a little bit more of a sense of the broadness of what this AP actually is going to cover, and not just the AP, the actual system role and impact itself when it comes to ATIA and POPA.
Trustee Bird.
Thank you very much, Trudy. That's so important. Just for our people out there, because this is a public board reading, ADIA or ADIA stands for Access to the Information Act, and POPA is Protection of Privacy Act. Because lots of people are asking to demystify this, the people in my community anyway. And because, as Trudy says, these things can pose a real risk of significant harm, and that's what's in the courts right now. And that the stricter private penalties for those people who are moved by their pocketbook, penalties up to $750,000 if you misuse this. So this is really important, and this is a real crackdown on some of the stuff that we learned about this summer too, Jackie, about significant harm too. So thank you.
I'd just like to say for our parents out there too, I'd like to point out that Katie has done an excellent job of, we have a section on our website, Access to Information and Protection and Privacy. And if parents would like more information, they can go there for more information.
Thank you, Director Lee. Trustee Robinson.
Just on a kind of a different topic, and it's just an observation. It may not be of any interest or import. I just noticed on page 31, when you're talking about how you might provide information with a paper copy, please hold the copies and phone me to pick them up. Could it be advisable to say contact me? I mean, does that mean you can't email a request for the information? I used to be a teacher. I catch things like that jump at me. I don't know.
We can certainly look at it. I think that yeah, we'll work with Katie and Lyle to make sure that that it's appropriate. Thank you.
Any other questions on this AP? Okay, if you want to continue, Superintendent Scobie.
You bet. So we're going to go on to artificial intelligence and the two appendices that go along with that, and I'll pass it over to Director Lee.
Thank you. Yes, initially in the spring, we released AI guidelines for our staff and students to help them with their use of AI. And as a reflection of how fast AI is evolving and the use of AI is evolving, we felt it was time to have a dedicated AI administrative procedure. And we've done a lot of work with our ed tech leads, our admins, and as well as other divisions looking at what they've got. I'll turn it over to Candace. She was key in putting this together and did an excellent job.
Thank you very much. So yeah, just some context for around this AP and why now. When we first started this AI journey, there was a lot of unknowns. And so at the time, late 2022, early 2023, really nobody had APs or regulations in place around AI because it was so new. So we had taken the route at that time to do a staff AI guidelines that kind of broke down for people what they need to know, what they should consider when using AI. And then from there, over the years, we've monitored, we've talked, like Director Lee had shared, with different divisions, different working groups, teachers in our schools and admins to see what do we need? Do we need an AP now? It was always kind of like, no, not yet. There's still so much change that's happening. And then last year, that's when it really came to the point where there was that general consensus that, yeah, we want some more concrete expectations, transparency, responsibilities that everyone can kind of point to and understand. So when we wrote this AP, we did look at, there was about 19 other divisions across Alberta that actually have AI APs, not just a guideline, not just like a document floating around. And so we pulled information from there. We consulted with our schools to say, what do you actually need in this AP? Instead of it being just a top-down kind of document, we wanted to make sure we included other people's voice. And so that's where we ultimately came to the AP that you see right now. We think that it's a good point for us because it talks about staff responsibilities, student responsibilities, but it doesn't necessarily prescribe exactly how people use AI. It gives still a framework, an idea about what you need to keep in mind, but it also allows for that creative and professional freedom. So talking about the AP itself, then we go into the Appendix A, which just looks at the different grade levels and what to keep in mind. And then Appendix B, this specifically aligns with when we met with Sonera to talk about our PMP, which, Director Lee, what was that acronym stand for again? The
Privacy management plan.
Thank you. Privacy management plan and the changes with ATIA and POPA, they specifically recommended that we had this appendix there to accompany the AP. So that's why you see that inclusion. If there's any questions or thoughts, we'd be more than happy to hear it. Thank you.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. So my question then, this would go to administration. When you do the handbooks, the schools have handbooks, will this information also be put into the school handbooks for the students? And I'm just checking to see if that will be there too.
So the APs will govern all the work that happens in the school. We will work with principals to make sure they can add items from this to be in there, but they would also can do a reference in their handbook. Handbooks are due to be updated by December, and so December. Had to make sure, so that we can make the work to be added into those as well, so that we are aware of what the use of artificial intelligence will be.
Trustee Mines.
I like your plagiarism and detection tools. The division does not support the use of generative IA detection tools. I found that quite interesting because, AI is the thing right now, but it can't figure out itself by the sounds of it. So that's good that's still a conversation between the parent, the child, the teacher, with evidence provided where we definitely know that there is no artificial intelligence involved. So I really like that. Well done.
Thank you. And just to add to Trustee Caputo, we're talking about handbooks. There is mention to AI in AP 140 Appendix A. So the student responsible use of technology, we do have reference to AI in those agreements as well. So just to kind of bring that back there. And when it comes to the plagiarism detection software, appreciate those comments. Just because, again, we want to make sure that we are having a human-centered use of AI and not just relying on these tools, because they can impact those relationships. So thank you for those comments.
Any other questions regarding this AP? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you. So we'll move on to AP 257. We'll have Director Gilks talk about the updated the new livestock, poultry, and school agricultural programs.
Thank you. As a result, as Trustee Robinson said, the work that we did with the Fulham School in the spring and especially in June when we brought forward all the different things for legislation, et cetera, that we were looking at for agricultural programs. it was determined that a new administrative procedure that would provide a good framework moving forward was needed. And so that's the where this information came from, was built on the work that we did last year. So I welcome any feedback, because again, this is a new administrative procedure. It's quite detailed. It goes into quite a bit of information, including 9 mandatory components, again, that came up that we would know, and it helps guide the principal and staff regardless of school. That's one of the things, that this is not mandated just for example, Fulham. It is a admin procedure for any school in the division that wishes to bring in any type of livestock or poultry. And that's why in some areas it's more generic. For example, an animal bylaw may be different in Yellowhead County versus the town of Hinton versus the MD of Greenview, etc. So obviously they still would need to work with central office. So I appreciate any feedback or any comments. Thank you.
Any comments or questions, trustees? I think Trustee Robinson mentioned it in his reflection on how happy he was to see this, since we had made the decision to keep Fulham open. So thank you very much. This is a lot of work that's been put into this, and we appreciate it very much. Trustee Bird?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to just add to that. I know how much work you've done, and I don't think you're sleeping very much, but thank you so much, because this is our heart and soul. Thank you.
So we're going to go to Dr. Rollins for AP 407 and the updates there.
Thank you very much. As the board knows, this came up in March when we finished off our Bus Driver Transportation Association negotiations. And one of the requests was that we put together some regulation around pre-employment drugs and substance testing. So we've worked with our legal counsel to make sure that what we are putting into writing, and the consent form, because AP 407 Appendix B, and then of course Form 40701 are interrelated. The one speaks to the process of pre-employment testing, and the one is the actual consent form for that testing. They've both now cleared legal. Our lawyers have confirmed they are good to go. We are in compliance with Alberta labour standards and labour laws, and they are now ready to be used.
Trustee Mines?
I know this is for pre-employment, but what happens if we suspect something otherwise, if HR is made aware?
Absolutely, good question. So in labour law, pre-employment testing is allowable. Once a person is employed, we cannot engage in random testing. So if you suspected something, that would be a conversation with that employee in that moment, and a judgment made as to, for example, do I think this person is safe to be on a bus? What we also have in place is that if there was an incident, there's always post-incident testing, because that exists. It's that gray area between pre-employment and post-incident where our expectation is that supervisors, especially from a safety perspective, are monitoring what condition or what capacity somebody is reporting to work in. Do I think that they are incapacitated? Do I think something is going on? And that's immediately a conversation. And if HR needs to be pulled in at that time, they are. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much.
The final AP is just there are a couple of small changes on it. So this is the AP is on our organizational chart. So what happened in June, we no longer have an OH&S worker that is there. That has been removed from the org chart. Portions of that job have been parsed out. Facilities will do the on-site work in the facilities in the schools, and then much of the work will be done through the HR department, and those will be absorbed into there. So that has been removed. And then you'll notice underneath the superintendent, the senior executive assistant and privacy officer. So that has been added and updated, and that has been changed. Those are the only two changes. I'll also say that what we also did this summer was we took the positions of central office and shared them with the board as trying to do a bridging of keeping our org chart that goes on the website as being a little bit more generic without names and things, and that we've now shared some of those names and then contacts in the appropriate places through schools and for central office and the senior admin team as well to all trustees. So those have been shared out over the summer as well, just to kind of make sure that we have contact information where needed. And so if there's any of those things for the trustees that you'd like to come back, happy to help and to work with you on that. And I think that brings us to the end. It's interesting, the last couple of days I have been away. And so typically we prep and prepare. And we got to the first part of the APs. I'm like, I think I have to speak to this. I'm not sure I'm actually ready to speak today. So thanks to the team for picking up in those parts, even Katie in Nova Scotia. So that's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. As Trustee Caputo has said, we appreciate getting these updates on the admin procedures since they're not in our purview, they're in operations. But thank you very much. We will take a break at this time and return at 15 minutes. Okay, at 11:15. Thank
Yeah,
you.
10:45. Sure, that sounds great. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. And we'll move on to administrative reports. We'll start with our division operations monthly report. That the recommendation that the Board of Trustees receives a report on projects, processes, and/or programs conducted by the many central office departments since the last public board meeting as information. And we will start with finance. Secretary Treasurer Penner. Is there any big rocks, or do you want to just talk to us about your short time that you've been here with us?
Well,
Welcome.
First of all, thank you for having me here. I am actually very excited to join the team here at the school division, and I'm also looking forward to working with all of you over the next year. With regards to big rocks, well, let's face it, the accountants are going into year end so that I could actually expand that box to cover a whole page. But I will keep it brief, as in those are the big rocks, and we don't have anything more to add.
Okay, well, welcome to both you and to our new director as well. Trustees, is there any questions for either the secretary treasurer or the director? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. Facilities, it's back over to you, Secretary Treasurer Penner. I know Director Orge is away today, and he did speak to us yesterday and give us his update.
And quite a bit. I think there was quite a bit that was done. There might be something that came up since then, or when I kind of alluded to it during my report as well. If there was anything else that we hadn't covered, if you had any other questions, we'd be happy to answer what we can for that, for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And so just on that note, though, we did appreciate the fact that we were able to have that conversation to keep him moving and going to the appointments with contractors today. So thanks to the board for allowing him to join us in committee of the whole yesterday.
Yes, that was very much appreciated. Transportation services is also over to you, Secretary Treasurer, or to Director Van Neck.
Actually, I will defer to our Director of Transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are actively getting ready for school startup. We'll be welcoming our bus drivers back to work next week. And we're tweaking our routes, and the drivers will be reaching out to parents before noon next Friday to confirm the stop locations and timing. And we're pretty excited for the new year, new buses, more students.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Director Van Neck? Trustee Bird?
How is your liaison with the Catholic school?
It's been great.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, we have picked up all the routes for the Evergreen Catholic School in Hinton.
That's correct. We'll be transporting all of their students.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your report. We'll move on to learning services. And this is for Assistant Superintendent Lagoon.
Good morning.
Nope.
Thank you very much for the reminder. Good morning, everyone. Board, trustees, it's certainly my pleasure to be here for the first regular board meeting that I'm able to report on. I do just want to start by expressing my deep appreciation for Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer for all the work that she's put into trying to onboard me. And I think really that's been the big rock for myself over the last couple of weeks is we've tried to be methodical about it. We've looked at a given academic year, tried to break down our months and identify what important big rocks need to be addressed when. And of course, the ones in September primarily focus on wrapping up reporting, OLEP, literacy and numeracy support funding. And so that's where a bulk of our discussions have been. And of course, just solidifying what that calendar looks like. But I do want to start because I don't see it captured in here. And Karen and I were discussing and wanted to celebrate the work of our teacher consultants in the department. Both Darylyn and Rayanne are preparing to host a curriculum camp for our social studies teachers in grades 4 to 6 on the 2nd of September. So we're excited because we want to focus on the learning of our kiddos and preparing our teachers for encountering new curricular updates. So that's something we wanted to celebrate. And other than that, if you have any questions, I'll happily try and answer them as we move through this transitional period.
Sorry, that was September 2nd for
our grade 4 to 6
4 to
social
6.
studies teachers.
What about beginning? Are we having a?
Yep, absolutely. Just like normal, that hasn't changed. They're hosting that. That will occur with them on Monday. Yes.
Normally the board is invited to come and introduce themselves to the new teachers.
Okay. So if I may, that's certainly something we can arrange. That particular session is being hosted in Hinton at TLC.
It's virtual. We attend virtual.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Then, well, if you're okay with it, what I'll do, if the superintendent's okay, I'll liaise with some emails just to make sure that you get the times for the invite on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On that note, is there a preferred time that would work? Have you guys talked as a board? I didn't think so, but
we usually come in at about 10 or something like that, just for about like 10, 15 minutes.
Sure, that sounds good. Yep. And we can certainly make that happen. It's good to know that way. If we have some time now, that'll give you a few days to prepare yourselves as a group to go, and then you can connect from each of the areas that you're going to be in. So we can set that up. We'll set it up for about 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you for your report. We'll move on to technology. Director Lee.
Thank you. There are a few things I'd like to highlight, and then I'll be happy to take questions if you have any on what's reported there. First and foremost, I guess we're working on startups, supporting staff and students, or prepping for students coming back, supporting secretaries and student records, and all our admin staff. One of the primary things I'd like to point out for work that happened over the summer is there was major upgrades to my Power Hub. And I'm happy to say in our testing that the performance of the application, the stability of the application has improved greatly. The resource links, the links where parents go to RICOR or the digital report card are working seamlessly without a secondary login. So there's been great improvements there. I also highlighted those improvements on our website under our little My Power Hub update log that we've got going there. So I'm happy to say that work has resulted in improvements. And then lastly, I'd like to welcome next week, Andre Morrison will be joining our team. He is filling in for Candace while she's on mat leave. He'll be filling that role. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Well, I don't know, like if it would be for your department and also facilities and probably everybody else. How are the tariffs going to affect us as a school division? Do we know anything yet, or?
Tariffs? Did you?
Yes.
Greatly. In our report there, you'll see that we're planning for evergreening 5 schools and getting new PCs for the staff members there. Essentially, the tariffs and higher prices have resulted in the prices of PCs pretty well doubling in the last 3 years. So that's one place where it is definitely going to hit us. It's also hitting us in licensing renewals have gone up considerably for our platforms, cybersecurity costs. Everything is going up a great deal, I would say.
I think on top of that, you could add fuel to that as well. Fuel costs have been quite a bit higher than normal, and
Well, we as a board, we pride ourselves on advocacy, and I know that this is this something that we as a board should be advocating to our provincial government about the cost that school boards are incurring for the cost of tariffs, so that so that they're aware that this is what's happening to school boards across Alberta. So that would be just a question if we should be doing that. I don't know.
It would be a good one for our advocacy committee. Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Lee. Human Resources and Payroll, Assistant Superintendent Rollins.
Thank you very much, Board Chair, Board of Trustees. We've had a very busy summer doing lots of recruitment, staffing, making sure that our recall lists are up to date, that seniority for those recall lists is accurate. So the whole team has been working very, very hard to do that, and also create and set up onboarding of new staff as and when they come on board, both here at the ESC and in relation to new staff joining us in our school sites. We've been on deck to support any of the audit requests. Sometimes there's that, how many certificated FTE do we have? How many are this? How many are that? So we've been providing information around that. And one of the biggest chunks of work that we've undertaken is an occupational health and safety realignment in terms of human resources roles, responsibilities, and how we are going to support that. Superintendent Scobie spoke to that and touched on it a little bit. But what I would like to sort of really dig down into is the incredible importance of occupational health and safety. We have always followed the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which has been legislated. So we've always been in compliance. But what is really changing this year, and it's something we're going to work with our principals on and really advertise, so to speak, is the fact that OHS now lives, if you've had a look at the new ATA agreement, occupational health and safety has now been put into the Alberta Teachers Association current bargaining agreement. It never was before, it is now. And even though it's just 2 little lines, it's not a huge section, those 2 little lines are incredibly powerful, because once something is in a collective bargaining agreement, it both becomes a grievable thing, but it also becomes a disciplinary thing. So there's, checks and balances on both sides of that table. And so it's going to be incredibly important that the employer, which is GYPSD, and our principals and all those school sites are really adhering to and knowing, which they've always done, but it's just become more important now because it's in the collective bargaining agreement, to what those rules and regulations are. We use 2 big systems, Public Works, to do all of our OHS training on. And that is something that we follow up on a monthly basis with every single staff member is, hey, you were assigned 15 courses for the course of the year. You haven't finished your how to use an EpiPen. You haven't finished bloodborne pathogens or whatever it is. So that is going to become more and more of importance for us, as well as the principal to provide time where possible, because sometimes that's one of the pieces, 2 people don't get time to do it. And then, of course, on the flip side of that, the employee's responsibility is that they do those things. We have a responsibility to keep people safe. Employees have a responsibility to use the information that we're giving them to keep themselves safe as well. And so that is a big part of our work moving forward in OHS. And I'm very excited about that because it presents a new opportunity for even departmental professional development around both the Act and the implementation, as well as the ATA contract. Obviously, ongoing, we review our admin procedures as needed, and we've been preparing for the August DLT, which is tomorrow. Very excited to welcome back our principals and be able to work with our principals, nuts and bolts, preparing for that strategic vision, getting everybody back. First of all, just saying hello and having a donut. That's always a good thing. But we are very excited for what the year ahead holds in terms of how we are moving forward around our board priorities. Those 4 board priorities, specifically instruction, excellence, wellness, safety. Those are the pieces that we're really drilling into. I am very pleased that Trustee Mines mentioned in her reflection the idea of social awareness, social media awareness. We feel this very strongly as well. And what we've already set in motion is 2 sessions. One is on the 2nd of September, one is on the 3rd of September. They're 90-minute sessions. They're being offered by Madison Cameron from the Center for Trauma-Informed Practice around the psychodynamics of social media. Our inclusion team went to their VITRA Level 2 training in preparation for their Train the Trainer going into the year. And Madison Cameron presented, hot off the press, it was a new piece that was presented. And it was so powerful that our team came back and said, we need everyone to hear this around the power of the internet. What are our kids up to on the internet? How do you have those conversations? All of those pieces. And this presenter is really engaging, young, very aware, very professional. And so on the advice of our inclusion team, they really spearheaded it and worked with Madison Cameron to do these 2 presentations. So I feel like we're ahead of the game, you know, that we're on all of these trending pieces, the things that are becoming very important for our kids and being proactive about it. And I'm hopeful. We've actually sent the invite to every school, to everyone in the ESC. If the board is interested, we will absolutely send the invite to you too. It's a virtual session, 90 minutes long, and we're very happy to share that with you to attend as well.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that offer.
Absolutely. We'll get that taken care of. But yeah, that's our exciting times, and we're looking forward to a couple of things. The last thing that is on our radar is September 8th. McLennan Ross, Teresa Haykowski is presenting a session, a webinar on ATIA and POPA, and many of the folks in this building have already signed up for it, for that awareness piece. And it's coming from, you know, a very expert source in McLennan Ross. And so we are looking forward to learning more about that and just becoming comfortable with it. Anytime there's change, people can be a little bit nervous, but having it broken down and explained in very simple terms, I think will be very powerful for us too. Okay.
Trustee Bird.
Thanks so much for that. That's awesome about the social media. We would ask you that to please investigate the 2 police officers that we heard this summer on the alert, Northern Alberta Child Exploration Unit. It's profound. They're the only 2 in Canada. We really lucked out seeing that, and the information is profound and something that you just wouldn't think of when you accept exactly what's going on when kids are doing things. There was a suicide of a 10-year-old boy, as you probably knew, just because they were harassing the kid for money, and he gave $25 gift card. This happened in Edmonton, I believe, and he took his life because he didn't want his parents to know that he had put pictures out, right? And these 2 are profound. The other thing is this morning, Trude, Dr. Rollins, you taught us about OHS and hips, flips, and trips, and whatever else. I'm teasing you a little bit on that one, but yeah, I'm teasing you a bit. But that seems to be the highest incident for. So what have you got in place for that? Because I'm sure our audience out there is pretty interested in that as well. Thanks.
Absolutely. And part of that is education and awareness, you know, reiterating things like using the cleats that are in the schools, making sure your sidewalks are salted, and then even just using common sense around, you know, walk like a penguin. I don't know if you've heard that, you know, reminding people to walk like a penguin, and also choose appropriate footwear. You know, I get that there are some very cute boots in the winter. I'm all about the cute boots in the winter, but wearing a 2-inch heel crossing an iced parking lot is not necessarily safe for you. So this is actually speaks back to that idea of the employee's responsibility and the employer's responsibility. We will provide whatever mechanical aids we need to. We will salt, we will do all of these pieces. But as an employee, we also have a responsibility to take care of our safety and to use common sense, especially in the winter. We know Alberta gets icy. There's black ice, there's all sorts overnight. And sometimes the snow is coming down. The people have been through, they've graded, they've cleared the areas, but within half an hour, there's another big dump again. And it's not that the custodians or our custodial contracts are not doing what they should be doing. We literally cannot control the weather sometimes. And so that's where we need people, our employees and us as the employer, to really use common sense and to exercise good judgment. And if it means walking like a penguin in our very sensible but somewhat ugly shoes across the parking lot, we can do that.
Thanks for that, because sometimes common sense isn't so common, and I don't mean that in a mean way. It's we've evolved or devolved, I don't know what it is, but sometimes we just need reminders of that again, right?
Yeah.
I have really ugly cleats, but they work.
And one final request or comment, should you wish us to make contact with the 2 police officers that you mentioned from your course, if you don't mind providing the information to the superintendent and then to me.
Let me speak to that. I appreciate Trustee Bird's comments, because in connection to your comments about the internet, I have a card actually here from the Edmonton police officer, Stephanie Bosch, Northern Alberta Internet Child Exploitation Unit. And it was quite amazing to us to understand It's the only unit in Canada at this point doing it. And we spoke I spoke to her after the presentation about would they come and do presentations, and they would, of course, but they're pulled up. They're trying to develop some media and materials for use by school divisions and other organizations. But she did express great interest in pursuing whatever they might be able to do for our school division. Looks like you might be getting it already. But in any event, I think the other element is somehow to bring the information to parents. I mean, you're talking about staff, which of course is pretty critical, but I think there's also an opportunity perhaps to try to bring this to the attention of parents, and perhaps in some fashion, if these folks have the time to come out and help us in some way in that sense, maybe that's worth following up. In any event, as has been reported, it was a very, very good and sobering presentation. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that is actually part of our plan. So Trustee Robinson, I'm really glad that you brought that up, is that once we've had all of our staff go through it, we've gone through both of the sessions, we've got a really strong feel for it, we can decide then, shall we make this available to all parents? You know, it's not a massive cost. And I guess we just want to move through it first to see what information would be put out to our parents as well. You know, we always want to act as in due diligence and be that first filter. But I know that Madison Cameron does do a lot of work, even with communities. And if this is something that we think, oh my goodness, this is amazing, we need everyone to know about it, it is not outside the realm of possibility that we can get a date. We can let all parents know, we can advertise it and get as big a crowd as we possibly can out there to start sharing this good information. Because I agree with you, it's no good us just knowing something and we keep our families in the dark. So that is definitely on the radar.
It's fastest, is it my turn? It's the fastest moving crime in the world, way above drug trafficking. We learned it was sobering. It was awful.
Yeah, agreed. So if you want to give the information to Superintendent Scobie, who can pass it on to me, and vice versa, we just follow the chain of communication, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Rollins. This just rolls right nicely into inclusion with Director Corser. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Most of my team has been resting and enjoying their summers off, so it's been kind of quiet in the inclusion world, except for our best coaches. They've been out in all of our communities and providing just wonderful programming. A lot of our coaches are brand new, so they've been partnering with all of our community partners and doing many things, from girls hiking classes to partnering with libraries to all sorts of outdoor chalk things. And yeah, so it's just been awesome programming in all of our zones. And yeah, the rest of the team's been resting, and I've been working throughout the summer. One of my big rocks this summer was to kind of update our consent forms that go home to parents. So what we do is we have one consent form, and it's for all of our services. So our occupational therapy, our speech and language, our psychology, any assessments, anything like that. It's all listed on one form, and it's very complicated, and it's not really written in parent-friendly language. So Miranda Keys, our crisis lead, and myself kind of went over the form and kind of changed it to be more parent-friendly language and user-friendly. Last year we had like a drop-down menu, and that didn't work. So kind of every year we tweak it. But this year I think we've got our consent form great. So we'll go and we'll see how that goes. And yeah, the rest of my work right now, it's been reaching out to principals now that they're back, having VITRA follow-up meetings. So VITRA stands for Violent Threat Risk Assessment. And so we have some ongoing VITRAs happening. So we reach out to all of our new principals that are new to their roles, and we go over all of those students with them and have those meetings. And we also have meetings with principals that have any students transitioning to other schools, so to make them aware. And so those meetings are happening right now. And yeah, just a lot of reporting to Alberta Ed. I finished the health and wellness grant final report. So that was a 2-year pilot, and then we got a carryover. So all that final reporting needed to go in. And so it's completed and into the government. There's just the financial reporting that needs to be in by October. So that's kind of the inclusion team. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. Is the nutrition grant under your preview, or who would that be under?
No, that's learning services.
Okay, so then that's where we'd be see about nutrition grant about coming forward. Okay. And I do have a question for you. It says scheduling services in Lobstick with Grand Trunk School. So that is all that's really all in order, that when the kids start on school on the 8th, it's all there. It's all good.
Absolutely. And it's actually a really amazing thing for my inclusion team, and I think other departments as well, because we're going to save on that mileage and spreading our services out throughout those schools. We can have our therapy aide in-house right at Grand Trunk School, so she doesn't have to travel to Wildwood and Evansview and Grand Trunk. So yeah, it'll be more eyes in front of students, which is exciting.
Just on that therapy aid, does she not also go to Knighton and Fulham? Or
she also goes to Knighton, but I've also hired an SLP assistant who lives in the Shining Bank area. So she's going to cover Fulham because she's really close. So it works out really well.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Corser. Communication Special Projects, Director Gilks.
Thank you. So just a couple things I wanted to highlight was our new website refresh happened and was launched in the middle of August. We're still doing a little bit of tweaks, but we've had really great feedback on the way it's just a little bit more modern, refreshing. So I'd like to thank Director Lee and Ms. Jokes, who also participated with the development and creation of it. Of course, I'll have a report on it later about the Grand Trunk event planning, so I won't go into details about that. And of course, the calendar work is always a lot over the summer, so they're here and ready to go to our schools. So I'm always grateful for that. And one of the things that isn't on here, but with, as we've mentioned many times before with community engagement, Director Van Neck and myself take the school bus and go around and visit. And we're actually going to be at Meet the Teacher Night at West Haven next week. So we'll be there from 4 to 6 handing out books. And Director Van Neck is actually in Hinton for the First Riders program. So Operations Manager Kendall will be joining me. So I'm really looking forward to coming, and especially when I heard that, well, there might be an ice cream truck that'll be there that evening as well. So yum, yum. But anyways, if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Any questions, trustees? You're getting off lucky. Just thank you. And thank you again for the AP that you put together, and well, for what's going to be coming up with the Grand Trunk report. Thank you very much. Did you want to speak to the welcome back?
And I think I can for this one. So we have basically the next. So if you think about what next week looks like, we have 3 operational days for staff. Staff are in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They're in schools. Monday is the welcome back for new beginning teachers, which is happening in Hinton, run by Learning Services and our leads. We'll check in as senior administrators. We'll do our Monday morning meeting in Hinton as well, and then go in and say hi while we're there. The board will check in. Tuesday will begin. And so we try and provide in these last couple of years has been some flexibility. So we want to, between Director Gilks and us, we will come up with the long service presentations, which will be run at the opening staff meetings at each school. The nice thing is that flexibility happens, that each school can do it. They want to do it first thing Tuesday morning. You want to do it Tuesday afternoon. Whenever your opening staff meeting is, those get played, and then at this, all of the long service recipients are shown, and that all happens. There'll be a message from the board chair. There'll be a message from myself, kind of talking about our plan for the year. So we'll finalize that on Friday, and then those will all go together. And then you've already heard from Dr. Rollins about the psychodynamics of social media. Those two presentations that will go on, those are our big ticket items. The other thing that we'll do is a welcome back lunch at each school. So that is provided by central office and the board. And to make that happen, and then schools will submit their numbers and lunches will be provided. And again, we give it some flexibility. So if the day you want to do it is on the Tuesday, you want to do it on the Thursday, the Wednesday, those are some choices for school. So a nice, simple back to school, lots of time in classrooms, lots of times in staff meetings, lots of times to review all of the changes that Bill 25 is bringing to schools, the potential changes under handbooks, and all the work that principals will engage in tomorrow. So, and then updated numbers in each of the schools and all the work that goes on for last minute registrations and whatnot. So this is to really allow schools time to work together in their own, either their PLCs, their classrooms, and to have some lunch together. So that's kind of there's not a lot that's on here, but really meant to give schools some flexibility.
I have a question. So if trustees want to go to their schools.
Yeah, so I wrote that as a note.
Okay. Would you like to speak to that on how we should approach that?
Yeah, and I kind of talked about, so in our schools, whether when I was a principal and now, principals are very, very welcoming and would like to have you in their schools. All I ever said was, I think that as long as you kind of say, hey, I was thinking about coming in, when's a good time? And the principal says, oh, we're having our staff meeting at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, but any other time from there, that's probably the easiest way, is to communicate on your behalf. And then tomorrow during our DLT, our welcome back PD day with principals, we'll just remind them that your trustees will be reaching out and they would love to come and see you and come into your schools.
Okay, since we have some new principals, a couple of new ones, could you have them maybe text their trustees?
Sure.
So that they get their number, and then that way, unless you want them to email, that is up to you. I know I have in the past texted with my principals.
So when it was, even now, I much prefer a texting kind of quick, easy. I see those much more readily than I see emails. So I think that the texting idea is good. So we'll communicate that with principals, and then we can give out numbers, because each of the board has their cell phones, and that way they can reach out to you guys directly and give you that last bit of updated information, especially where there's been changes in leadership in those areas, right? So the Edson and Fulham area, and in the Hinton area for sure, and then the changes that happened in Lobstick. So yes, we can totally make that happen.
Thank you. Just want to clarify one more thing with Assistant Superintendent Rollins. That inclusion PD is on either. Oh,
Sorry. It's actually both days. Part 1 is on the 2nd, and there's a part 2, but they are actually standalone pieces. So you can do the one and not the other. You can do both, or if you can't do it on the 2nd and you just want to jump in onto the one on the 3rd, you can. They're different, but standalone.
because it does say or. That's why I was just clarifying on here.
Right. And I think that was my misunderstanding as well, which is so awesome. Thanks for the clarification for that, for sure.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees, regarding welcome back or the week? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 11.3 administrative report, modernization of Grand Trunk School grand opening. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees receive information on the upcoming grand opening event on October 2nd, 2026, recognizing the modernization of Grand Trunk School in Evansburg. Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had our Director of Communications doing a lot of work. There's been suggestions from the board as to who can be invited, suggestions from us as well, gone back in the past to look at other events that we have hosted. So I'll turn it over to Director Gilks to give the updates that are in the report.
Thank you. This is always an exciting time. I'm happy to present the report. So as it's indicated, the date has been chosen to be Friday, October the 2nd. We have what I've been indicated right now is that there is a number of dignitaries that have been invited, and they have until August 30th to respond yes or no. I've heard from probably 95%, and the ones that I haven't heard back, I sent out reminders yesterday. But for example, Honorable Long, the Minister of Infrastructure, as well as his Deputy Minister, Mr. Headley, they both will be in attendance and doing remarks. Honorable Nicolaides will not be in attendance, but he has asked MLA Getson to speak on behalf of education as well. So we have a number, we have MP Mr. Lloyd, he has also said he'll come, etc. So we have a number of people that have responded already. I also received a very excited email from the Seniors Lodge in Evansburg. They're very excited to be invited to partake. So they said they'll have between 7 and 20 seniors that will be coming to the event. So they're very, very excited. So as it's indicated on here, the way we've structured it is that at 2 o'clock will be the invited dignitaries. They'll do a walkthrough of the school. 2:30 will be the start of the official event in the gymnasium, which is where we have usually the speeches, we do the ribbon cutting and pictures, etc. And Principal Zattery has wanted to do a community barbecue, as well as then we'll have public school tours, which will be led by students. So more details on the event will happen in the next couple weeks when we, Superintendent Scobie and myself will meet with Principal Zattery to work out all the, smaller details. But that is a good overview of what that day will be. Happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Mines?
I'm just curious, will the trustees be going on the tour, or I'm assuming we are all coming to attend. I would like to attend, so.
Yeah, I had that you guys would all be there, and my expectation would be that you would be part of the 2 o'clock tour.
And maybe that's maybe that goes back to me. It was assumption on my part that would be the way it was. So perhaps I did not communicate that appropriately. So if I did not, I apologize. I just knew you were going to be there.
I don't believe that we got an invitation. I know just because of the conversations. So, but yes, we discussed it yesterday, and I do know that the trustees would like to attend.
100%. We'll make sure you get your official invitation as well, so you have it.
Any questions?
Will there be cake?
Okay. Trustee Robinson?
No, I just was reflecting on how great it will be to be a dignitary.
Well, thank you very much for that update. We look forward to hearing more. Oh, go ahead.
One of the things that I've done in the past is I will be sending out more information because yes, the assumption has always been that the board will be attending, but I'll be giving you more information. For example, we always usually have reserved seats for you, for example, near the front, and we'll make sure that there's parking, etc. So that's what I was saying about more details. And it may be remiss of me as well, because when I sent out the invitations, I just sent it out to external people. So thank you.
That's quite all right. And thank you so much. And we look forward to getting more information. We'll move on to Administrative Report 11.4, Grand Cache and Jasper busing update. Recommendation that the board receives an update on 2026-2027 busing plans for Grand Cache and Jasper. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So we've definitely done lots of work in the Grand Cache area and conversations that we've had over the last little bit. And so our Director of Transportation, Christine Van Neck, will do the report today.
Thank you. The update in Grand Cache is like our funding is a little bit decreased because we have less eligible students. One of the big things that we worked on this past summer is our communication with our partners, with our co-ops. There was a little bit of an issue near the end of the school year, so I think we have better communication with our co-ops, and if there are any areas that the bus will be unable to access, we'll be able to work more directly and closely to get those resolved quicker. As is normal, we have low registration in the co-ops. We reach out more than we do to most of our other student families. But I think those will just come on as once school starts, and they maybe won't register online, but will respond to our calls, and we're pretty much expecting most of those returning students to still be on the bus. My safety and compliance lead officer will also be going up to Grand Cache next week to just visit some of those more challenging locations, like where we had an issue with the turnaround. I actually spoke to the president co-op this morning in Victor Lake, and the work has not been fully completed, but it is in progress. They have an agreement with the MD for that piece, so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to service the regular stops without any issues. If there are issues, our office will communicate directly with those families impacted and keep the principals completely in the loop of any concerns. Any questions about the Grand Cache piece?
Thank you. You've answered some of my questions. One thing about the numbers going down, I do notice that Sousa Creek and Northlands is advertising online learning, which is something new for them. So I'm a little bit concerned if some of the students who were frustrated and parents who are frustrated, they may opt to online for their high school grade 9 to 12 age group. So I don't know if Principal Hammer has found out if he's got any students transferring, or even some of the kids, especially our Victor Lake, are all elementary. They're Grand Cache students, not Grand Yellowhead students first. Are they all getting picked up? Because I know that was one of the sticking points. So I'm just curious if the principals, and maybe you guys can look into it for us, because you can't answer that now. I understand that. Have we lost any students through that? I was going to ask about the turnaround, and I didn't think it had been fixed, but I'm hoping that happens, because I don't want to start the year. We've had a whole summer, and if we're starting exactly the same way, that is not a good thing. I'm happy that the principals and everybody will be in the loop and whatnot. And so when I read your report, it sounded like Division will be assessing where the bus stops are. And I'm hoping they're going to be reasonable distances. Is that what the safety inspector does? Because I think one thing what we have to remember is it is not rural town there. It is rural mountain bush, right? So walking a long time in the bush is scary. And we constantly deal with grizzlies, black bears, cougars, everything down there. So I'm wondering if that's what the safety inspector's doing, like, are the stops confirmed now? But I know we'll delve more into it in our ad hoc committee, but I just want the public to feel like there has been a change made and we are working on it.
The rural stops are pretty much set, with planning to go to where the turnaround is and everything like that. Go to the stop in Sousa Creek that has been completely established. But the safety lead will be reviewing the like the turnarounds, and she'll also be looking at some of the stops in town just to confirm that everything is as it should be. And that's part of our contractors role as well. If we make any changes to stops, sometimes when I look at a map, it looks like it's great. I don't know all the roads in Grand Cache, for example, so maybe there's always someone parked in this particular spot. So move it up a couple houses or something like that.
And I think if we review back to where we were in June, at the end of June, we met with and had conversations with the MD, each of the co-ops that were there, and also leveled some of the conversations. So our hope was that by listening to each of the groups as needed to be listened to, and to understand some of the long-standing issues that have led to where we are, things that we have solved, problems that we also created, and then what we talked about in communications, and really talking about the division level communications when changes are to take place, and then local communications from our contractor to say today is a day of no buses. That's a text message to each of the families, like would happen in Hinton if my kids were on the bus, and then to make sure that if there is any changes that are going on, that they are communicated at the division level that come through our director, and have conversations that go into the principals. So our hope is that each of the areas that is there goes back to what our shorter walks, safer walks for our kids, away from the highway, and established in the Sousa Creek. The spot that was established was around, not on the highway by the sign, and that down to the spots in Victor Lake were also closer. There was one that had gone quite far away, and that we've shortened that back. And that is that whole idea about making this turnaround so that we are able to go down far enough to make sure. So we had some assurances from the MD that they would take care of that. And so we can do some following up to make sure, because we're within 2 weeks of kids being on the bus, and a little bit less now. And so we want to make sure that happens.
Thank you. Did you want to go on now to Jasper?
Yes. And so Jasper will be a unique situation for us starting next week, honestly. We have a partnership with the municipality and their Jasper transit system. The last couple of years, they provided a yellow school bus for a designated route to transport our students from Jasper Park Lodge, and then the eligible students that were in town as well. We started this with an anticipation of a significant amount of funding. The government changed the eligibility, so the students in the 1 to the 1.6 kilometer range are no longer funded for transportation. And after the wildfire, just had fewer students. So our funding went down about 75%. We partner with the Francophone Board, and the funding from them went down about 85%. So we had to look at some other options. With the municipality having their transit system, if we don't have a separate bus, it is a significant cost reduction. And with what we anticipate to be funded and what we could afford to pay, they can still provide us a school special service designed around the school times, but they won't be changing buses. It'll be a white bus, the same bus that they use for the transit. There will be public who could ride. They've had some inquiries from mostly like parents who want to take the bus to take their kids to daycare around that time of day. We don't anticipate a large presence of the public, but we have also hired a bus monitor who will be on that bus. They will help manage the student behavior, and there'll be that extra set of eyes to just ensure that if there happens to be any members of the public, that they're not interacting with any of our kids. The route's very short. Like, we do a loop, we go to Jasper Park Lodge, we drop off most of those students. If space permits, some of the elementary students will stay on for the town loop. But then after we drop at the school, then we do a town loop and pick up more students. The municipality funds any transportation for students 12 and under. So any of our students who might be ineligible for busing, like we don't get any funding for them, they could still ride the transit bus at no cost. They can get a bus pass at the school. And students who are over 12 could purchase a youth pass. It's only $30 a month. And they could buy, we'll be able to offer like a whole month pass or a whole year pass for $300, or they could just buy the monthly passes. So if people who have high school students who are ineligible, so less than 2 kilometers, they could buy a pass and take the transit for $30 a month. We currently don't have very many students in high school registered. They're just the students from Jasper Park Lodge. And that's kind of been typical, even when there was more students. We have a lot of communication that'll be going out to families. We kind of sent some things in at the end of June, just letting people know that we're looking at making these changes. And so we'll be explaining exactly the process of how to get a bus pass. We've encouraged people to register. We have, I would say most of the expected students already have registered for the bus. And so they'll be able to get a bus pass at their school and ride. It's about the same timing as it was in previous years. And I'm glad that we have an option to be able to get these kids to school with our limited funding. We know that having our own division bus several years ago was not successful because it's just hard to keep a driver for part-time hours. It's hard throughout the division, but especially in Jasper, it was hard to keep someone for just those limited hours, and transit struggles in their full-time. But any questions?
Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Robinson?
I understand that the distance has changed, but I was curious as to the ridership this year compared to last year. What's the differential there? Is it reduced? Is it a great deal, or is it about the same? Or did I miss that?
From what we're expecting in September versus last year?
Yeah.
It'll be down a little bit because there's a few who were not eligible, but we will be communicating to families that they could if they have students 12 and under. Some of the students who are ineligible would have further to walk to where the bus stop is than to school. So it wouldn't necessarily make sense.
Is that number 46, does that include some ineligible students' passes, or does not include?
That's just the eligible right now.
Okay. And the last thing, just to clarify, did you say that the students are on the bus when they go out to the lodge, or they're dropped off?
So in the morning, we first start at the lodge. We pick up the students who live out there. The way it has worked in the last year, the high school kids get dropped off. It provides more space on the bus, and the elementary kids rode the town loop. Depending on the capacity, it's been an option where the elementary kids also might get off and be supervised in the school.
Okay, well, thank you. Like you, I'm glad there is an option.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. I noticed that you talk here about a transit agreement. Is that with the school division and the town of Jasper? And is that part of the joint use agreement that we currently have with the town of Jasper? Is that part of that? Or is that separate?
My belief and understanding is it's separate from those. It's just an agreement with École de Rocher and the town and Grand Yellowhead is what I understood.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the joint use agreement. It's just a separate agreement for transportation with the municipality. And then we have a separate agreement with the Francophone School Board. But we provide the service, and the Francophone School Board pays us a fee.
Oh, Trustee Mines?
I'm just trying to get clear in our head. Our regular students in our bus division, if they're ineligible, they pay a fee, do they not?
Yes,
And what is that fee? I can't remember.
$5.25.
$5.25. So it is not
Lot less.
unreasonable. They're actually getting it cheaper. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that report. We're going to move on to our action items. So action item 12.2.1, new secretary treasurer commencing August 26, 2026. The recommendation is that the Grand Yellowhead Public School Board hereby appoints Susan Penner to the position of secretary treasurer for the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division commencing August 26, 2026, and assume all associated duties and signing authorities of the position. Could I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Robinson, over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right, just a little bit of context when you look at hiring and this process. The secretary treasurer, of course, reports to the superintendent, but is also the corporate secretary for the board, and it is one of two positions that the board approves. And so the board approves the superintendent's position, and the board also approves the secretary treasurer position, which is why, of course, this is coming forward. Not that I'm explaining that to you, but just in general, it's just that's the place I'm looking when I'm talking. So just for people to know that way, why that may come in, because unless you had gone through and read it, you wouldn't understand why those two things exist. So that's my only addition to what's on here.
Does anyone have any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. I will read the recommendation again, that the Grand Yellowhead Public School Board hereby appoints Susan Penner to the position of Secretary Treasurer for the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division commencing August 26, 2026, and assume all associated duties and signing authorities of the position. All in favor? And that is carried. Welcome, Ms. Penner. Did you want to say anything? I know you had already spoke to us, but just, I'm going to allow you if you want to right now, but if you don't want to, yes. Welcome. Action item 12.2.2, Wildwood Ad Hoc Committee recommendation. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation from the Wildwood Ad Hoc Committee to add a route to the Lobstick area. With this recommendation, the Wildwood Ad Hoc Committee will be dissolved. Could I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Bird? And I will actually speak to this. So I'm pleased to bring forward the recommendation from the Wildwood Transportation Ad Hoc Committee. As the board will recall, this committee was established last September to look specifically at the transportation concerns for students in the Wildwood area following the amalgamation of Wildwood and Evansburg schools with Grand Trunk, with particular attention to the student ride times. At our last committee meeting in January, the committee agreed that the best solution was to add an additional transportation route in the Wildwood catchment area to help reduce those ride times. At the time, we were waiting for operations to provide the cost of implementing the route. The intention was to meet again in the spring, review that information, and then formally bring our recommendation to the board. Although that spring meeting did not take place, the work continued. The cost of the additional route was brought forward through the 2026-27 budget process, and that budget was approved by the board in May. Since then, Route L07 has been established as a lobstick route serving the Wildwood area. So what we are asking the board to do today is to formally approve that recommendation that came from the ad hoc committee to add this route to the lobstick area. With that approval, the committee will have fulfilled the work it was established to do and can formally conclude and be dissolved. I think this is a good example of why these committees are valuable. A concern was brought forward by families in the community. We took the time to investigate it, considered the operational and financial implications, and ultimately arrived at a practical solution. Most importantly, this has always been about our students and looking at ways we can reduce the amount of time they spend on the bus. I want to thank everyone who participated in the committee for their time, their input, and their commitment to finding a solution. I'm asking the board to approve this recommendation before you today. Is there any comments, questions? I want to thank Director Van Neck for getting this up and going for us. It means a lot to the families in the Wildwood area who are on the bus for around 3 hours a day. It'll mean a lot to have that time cut back. Thank you. I'll read the recommendation. That the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation from the Wildwood Ad Hoc Committee to add a route to the Lobstick area. With this recommendation, the Wildwood Ad Hoc Committee will be dissolved. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you again. Action item 12.2.3, Grand Cache Ad Hoc Committee. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves the formation of an ad hoc committee of 2 trustees and 1 alternate to review Grand Cache transportation services and associated interdivision agreements. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Mines. Over to you, or would you like Trustee Mines to speak to it, or would you like to?
No, I think that having Trustee Mines bring this forward and talk about it is the right thing to do for sure.
Thank you.
Hi. We saw that a Wildwood Transportation Committee worked really well. And last year in Greg Cache, we had a number, and for many years, if we're to be honest, a number of different issues with a variety of different things. And we wanted to make sure we engage our public. So if I look at the terms of reference, our first and foremost goal is to continue to build relationships between GYPSD, the Grand Cache Cooperatives, and the MD of Greenview, because we all have to work together to do that. We want to review our bus routes, drop-offs, and pickups in the co-ops to maximize efficiency and ensure student safety. Review drop-off and pick-up areas at the school, as those have been long-standing issues as well, and to ensure student safety and that traffic can move smoothly. And lastly, to review the possibility of a collaborative busing agreement with Northland School Division if it makes sense. If I want to, I'm just adding that on. That's not what the recommendation says.
Superintendent Scobie.
And I think some of the things that are really good about this is there are in the looking and reviewing of all of what is going to go on, there are some celebrations to be had that are taking place already because of the work that we're doing, either from facilities through the principals, the relationship with our Grand Cache trustee to the community, and then some of the communications that transportation and our contractor have done that are all moving things forward. So sometimes I wonder if people go over here to take everything apart, and it's not that actually at all. It's to look at what we have. What can we celebrate? What can we continue? And how are we going to be the most effective in these areas? And it really shows that the governance ideas that the board has translate into what actually makes a difference in student learning. And so a positive transportation translates directly into student learning, one of the main mandates of the board. So very positive.
Any other questions, comments? I just would like to make an amendment to this recommendation, and that is to add the names of the 2 trustees and the alt. We'll vote on the amendment first. Could I okay, so I am making the recommendation that it says that the Board of Trustees approves and the formation, Okay, sorry. That the Board of Trustees approves the formation of an ad hoc committee of the following 2 trustees and 1 alternate to review Grand Cache transportation services and associated interdivision agreements. Does that read? Okay. So would anyone like to speak to this recommendation? Okay, seeing none. We vote on the recommendation. Superintendent Scobie?
I just want to double check I have this in my brain because I could be wrong. So when I see so that the Board of Trustees approves the formation of an ad hoc committee of the following 2 trustees and 1 alt, do we not need to name them in that at that point there? Because we're saying of the following trustees and alt. I was waiting for you to say the names if they were, or for us to discuss the names.
This is a recommendation, and then we will have. Please help me, Director Gilks.
My recommendation would be to break it into 2. One is to make the recommendation that you approve the ad hoc committee. And then you're going to ask people who would like to do it and then to name the following trustees.
Thank you. So we're keeping this same one and we're going to vote on this one.
Yeah.
Okay. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approves the formation of an ad hoc committee of 2 trustees and 1 alternate to review Grand Cache transportation services and associated interdivision agreements. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Now the new recommendation to name the members.
Approves.
Mm-hmm. So the recommendation is to name the 2 trustees and 1 alternate for the Grand Cache Transportation Ad Hoc Committee.
Yep.
Okay, can I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Byrd. And now can I have volunteers? And we'll start with the chair of the committee, Trustee Mines. Do I have another trustee who is interested in sitting on this committee? Okay. I will be the second. I'll be the vice chair of that one. And Trustee Byrd will be the alt. Okay. So now with the names in there, I'll read the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approves
the chair
being Trustee Mines, the vice chair, Trustee Boblick, the alt, Trustee Byrd, for the Grand Cache Transportation Ad Hoc Committee. All in favor? Oh my goodness. And that is carried. Thank you everyone for your patience and help.
Well, and it does prove a couple of things. When we go and reread Robert's rules, listen to the videos, talk about all the ideas about what you're supposed to do, that the stuffy formal process of being a board is not supposed to exist. It is the learning, the work, and then to make sure that the end goal is to support what it is, the governance of this board, the board does. So well done.
I appreciate everyone and their help. I think maybe we'll break because the next one is the board policies. So if we were to break till 11:45, I mean, 12:45. I'm going backwards. This whole thing threw me off. 12:45, is that okay? Is that enough time? Okay. So, and then we'll return, and then we've just got these, we have 4 items.
And then discretionary in
Yeah.
our closed session.
Yes.
So for sure. And then so lunch today. So we can close this and then we
We'll
can talk.
close this. So we'll recess at 11:54 and we'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. C2, Appendix B, Board Self-Evaluation. Policy 3, Role of the Trustee. Policy 3, Appendix A, Services, Materials, and Equipment. Policy 7, Appendix B, Delegation Protocol. Policy 12, Role of the Superintendent. Policy 12, Appendix A, Superintendent Evaluation Process, Criteria, and Timelines. Policy 12, Appendix B, Superintendent Performance Assessment Guide. Policy 16, Recruitment and Selection of Personnel. Policy 20, Health and Wellness. And Policy 21, Gender Identity, Sexual Orientation, and Human Sexuality. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Caputo. And this is going to Trustee Caputo as the policy chair, or would you like to speak to this, Superintendent Scobie?
So when we had in working with Trustee Caputo and the policy committee, and working through in support of that over the summer, we went through all of the policies that we knew had to have wording changes and reference changes that were mandated by the by Bill 25. And so each of the policies that is listed here, we shared with the board ahead of time the language changes and showed where those changes were. And the idea was that we were going to do a consent bill, or a bill, not a bill, but just a consent motion. Although, wouldn't that be kind of fun to do too? That so that we could approve all of these at the same time, as there is nothing unique. They are all the same language and that is in each of the policies. And that's why we put them in together as a package and brought it to the board. So everything that's in here, these are all just simple language changes that are necessitated by Bill 25. So that's what I was going to bring back.
Trustee Caputo, would you like to speak to this?
Well, if I may, and as Superintendent Scobie said, this is something that when it comes to all of these policies, it's all in the same about the changing of the wording. It's not like we're going to be doing other policies, but these are the ones currently that we have that we have to change the wording, and it's to Bill 25, and it's to be done by September the 1st, 2026. And being that today we have a board meeting, that we'll be able to, if the board wishes and approves this motion, then this will go forward effective immediately. So thank you.
Trustees, any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees approves the updates to the following board policies. Policy 1, Division Foundational Statement. Policy 2, Role of the Board. Policy 2, Appendix B, Board of Self-Evaluation. Policy 3, Role of the Trustee. Policy 3, Appendix A, Services, Materials, and Equipment. Policy 7, Appendix B, Delegation Protocol. Policy 12, Role of the Superintendent. Policy 12, Appendix A, Superintendent Evaluation Process, Criteria, and Timelines. Policy 12, Appendix B, Superintendent Performance Assessment Guide. Policy 16, Recruitment and Selection of Personnel. Policy 20, Health and Wellness. And Policy 21, Gender Identity, Sexual Orientation, and Human Sexuality. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for your work on this. Action item 12.2.5 is an update to Policy 4, Trustee Code of Conduct. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves the updates to Policy 4, Trustee Code of Conduct. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bird. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right, and I was gonna defer back to our policy chair, and as we did some work yesterday in committee, Trustee Caputo, and some work actually last week as well to pull this out, as there were some unique changes that were here. If you'd like to reference those.
I would like to reference them, but I'm just wondering, because our board members here, they don't have to see what the change is about that.
So the change was emailed out last night, and all board members have received the updated information in their email as of last night.
I didn't receive it. I must have. Oh, sorry.
So it's in an attachment in an email that was sent
Katie.
from Katie. Yep. So I can read the actual.
I've got it here.
Got her?
sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
for sure.
I've got it here too. So what we're looking at, the change of this policy, and that would be 8.1. And what we're looking of changing the wording to, and it would say, and I'll read it. Any trustee who wishes to seek elected office for the provincial or federal governments must advise the board chair in writing of their intent to seek office and shall take a leave of absence, and the word that we're putting in there is without pay, effective the date they officially submit their nomination papers. This leave of absence without pay, and that's an addition there, will be effective from the date the papers are filed until the date of election. If elected, the trustee must resign their position immediately. If unsuccessful, the trustee may return from their leave of absence, at which time their remuneration will be reinstated. And currently, we have included the words without pay in those, and there's two statements, and then after, if they are unsuccessful, then the trustee, their remuneration will be reinstated again. So that would be the change. And that's why that we could not put this item with the other motion that we made about the changes to the policies. So that's why this had to happen.
Mm-hmm. And there's one other change that we did too. In the past, long before Bill 25 came in, our policy read that whether it was municipal, federal, or provincial. And so we've removed municipal, as that does not apply. So we've taken out the word municipal, because you can be in a municipal government and be an elected trustee as well. You can be in both positions in Alberta. So those have been that was the one that was taken out.
Is there any questions or comments? Okay. Oh, Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. But then also there's going to be changes that will be coming to the trustee code of conduct that will be effective for December, I believe, but we have to wait for those changes. But this one here needs to be done now, if successful.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no questions or comments, I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approves the updates to Policy 4, Trustee Code of Conduct. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Action item 12.2.6, temporary increase to personal vehicle mileage reimbursement rate. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve a temporary increase to the mileage reimbursement rate for work-related travel using a personal automobile to 65 cents per kilometer from September 1st to December 31st, 2026. Could I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Robinson. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. So what we did was this motion went back to April, where we realized as gasoline prices had really increased, the conflicts around the world that had caused this to happen. We made a temporary increase until the end of August. Things have not changed. Things have not improved gas-wise. And so we're just talking about this temporary change that we will do. And then what we'll do is by the time that the end of December comes, we'll work with our new Secretary Treasurer, and then we'll see whether we need something that's going to be changed, different, or there. But it seemed reasonable to move 4 more months to make this, just to extend what we were already doing and the board had already approved.
Does anyone have any questions? So I know we approved our budget in May. Would that include like having some sort of a buffer for this type of an item moving forward?
My answer to that is yes. I think that the amount of money that we will do will go to each of the individual budgets, and there is always a bit of buffer in each of those individual budgets overall. So I think that what we're doing is reasonable and should fit within the current budgets and not take them to stretch them into anything that would be worrisome.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees approve a temporary increase to the mileage reimbursement rate for the work-related travel using a personal automobile to 65 cents per kilometer from September 1st to December 31st, 2026. All in favor? And that is carried. Everybody must be in a food coma. It's very quiet. Our last action item, 12.2.7, support letter for Jasper Racket Club. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees directs administration to provide a letter of support to the Jasper Racket Club for their continued fundraising efforts for new courts in the municipality of Jasper. Could I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Mines. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right. I think the original ask that had come in from the Racket Club was, could they actually ask us for donations, which we had said we are unable to do. So we changed this to be a letter of support. And I know the letter of support has been attached. And from what I understand, everybody that's looked at it is in agreement with the letter that is there. And so that's what we're doing at this time. So it's pretty straightforward. And this is something that we have done for other clubs and organizations as they were seeking donations from other avenues. So it seemed to fit well within what we were doing to support Jasper.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Trustee Robinson?
I guess the only question I would have, and you did refer to it, and it was something I was going to ask before you referred to it. It was a request for financial support. They didn't ask for a letter of support. It's appropriate for us, because we don't give financial support, at my understanding, to provide this in its stead. But is it accurate to phrase it this way? They didn't ask for a letter of support.
Superintendent Scobie, Director Gilks would like to respond.
Perfect, because I don't see her in front of me.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. I did see that about the fundraising. As I noted in the context of the report, the Jasper Racket Club did ask us for a similar thing back in 2024. And so what I did was I based the letter on similar wording that we provided them at that time.
Okay. I understand the rationale. I don't imagine there'll be any pushback of any kind. They asked for financial support, and that's not something that we can do. So we're doing the next best thing. We're saying, yes, we certainly support your aims. So use this letter whatever way you can. So that's just a query that occurred to me to make.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees directs administration to provide a letter of support to the Jasper Racket Club for their continued fundraising efforts for new courts in the municipality of Jasper. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. So our next one is meeting dates. So closed to the public, September 22nd, 2026, Committee of the Whole at 9 a.m. Open to the public is September 23rd, 2026 is our public board meeting at 9:30. Is there any notice of motion? Seeing none, any future agenda items? We should have a heavy lunch like that all the time.
This will go way better.
Deb, did you?
Thank you. Is it for next meeting
Yeah.
or for today?
No, next.
What about the Fulham count? I guess we'll proceed later.
We'll be talking about that, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And we're going to go into, actually, our next one is closed session, and we will be moving into session. Could I have someone make that motion? Robinson at 1:01. And it will just be Superintendent Scobie. And who else? Anyone else?
And just the board. I think
Yep.
that's all we're doing. So just,
Okay.
it'll be me and the board. And then what we'll do, sorry, to our, to trustee Acorn and to Katie, why don't we just connect back to the committee of the whole meeting from this morning in Google Meet? So you'll have to, if you come out of here, they won't be able to come back in. Is that correct, Director Lee? So
But we will only be coming in
that,
to
just to
adjourn.
finish it off. So we'll do everything and go from there. So you'll have to come out of this meeting in order to come join us in Google Meet. And we'll get that set up shortly, and then we'll connect to you guys.
Okay, could I have someone make a motion to bring us out of camera? Trustee Caputo at 1:56, all in favor, and that is carried. There is no action in response to our closed session. Could I call for someone to adjourn us? Trustee Mines at 1:57, all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you.
Oh my God. So yeah.